Hello, 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 hello. So today I will be indeed continuing the hunts for the aka we're continuing the hunts indeed for the authentic Sinisty and the purple pumpkaboo indeed. To be. The last time we did get a face, when we were doing so we did get a face indeed for the Sinisty. It would be absolutely crazy to get another 5%, but I kind of doubt that that will be the case. Because I don't even know what would be counting as 5% apart from the indeed in my current hunts. Or in these two hunts. Because there is indeed some 5% Pokemons, but since I'm using Harvest, I don't know how that will be affecting things. Because technically two of the Pumpkaboos are... they are technically 5%, but I don't think that with Harvest it's the case. Last time that I checked. Yeah. It do be, what it do be? I think we should be able to hit the odds today for the Pumpkaboo. And I just realized that I never did check out anything for the old cemetery, so I'm good with that. Always something you forget, right? Let's just get into this then. Yep. Jesus, pride. Oh yeah, because I restarted the game, you're gonna be saying that I caught a Pokemon. Thanks, game. Yeah, let's see how things go then. Hopefully well indeed. I mean, honestly, if I do be getting something today and I really want to do a hunt in the old cemetery, I'll just quickly look like what's today's weather and then go from there, I guess. I know I need at least taunt. Or I would need imprison. And then a move that is called Memento. But I think taunt is like overall gonna be easier. I don't really need to be thinking about it too much, you know. Because I don't really know what else there could be. That's why sometimes I would wish that the the dudes would be not level 60. It would be like in usual levels that they are caught in. But I mean, I guess that's part of the fun there. And also it makes sense, of course, that Pokemons aren't like level 3. You know, sometimes it also would be making things easier. It would indeed. But yeah, of course, as usual, I have no idea how long I will be going today. It will be, of course, mostly like what I'm feeling, but I would like to hit the odds. And that should be like fine. I should be fine with that. I would be also quite close to... If I would be doing 800 encounters, which I like is the plan, be at 1k for the next initiative phase as well, which is quite decent. Quite decent indeed. Oh, thanks. And yeah, I'm feeling quite fine today. Everyone else is having a nice day as well. Feeling a little sleepy, but like, that would be quite usual though. Yesterday I did have like a very nice headache. I actually needed to, you know, take some pills for it because it's so bad. And nothing like usual things help, like eating or drinking, you know. Usual things that help out. Thankfully it did go away then. After a while then. It's a very nice feeling. I don't know, honestly, where did it come from even? One of my things why I think it was that bad yesterday was because we were playing with the elderly people, we were playing a game. We were playing a game indeed. And we needed to read like questions, and because it was so dark in there, so that made the headache worse, you know. That's about my guesses. Could be so many things. Doing quite well today, indeed. Little bit of things of this week, though, that are probably gonna be the case, at least right now they are planned. I'm gonna be having my other off day of the week on Saturday. I'll be streaming on Sunday instead. So we're gonna be going ahead and changing our tires to the car. Or tires to our car would be probably the correct way to say it. But yeah, we'll be doing that. I actually did see some like snow falling down. It isn't really snow because it's above 0 in here. So it's not really snow, but you know, it will be dropping as a snow and then it immediately, almost when it hits the ground, will be water. If it's not like heavy rain, you know, then it's just could be staying there for a little while, but like not for that long. But I mean, it was to be expected, as I did say on like Monday. Was talking about it, that it is indeed quite likely. But yeah, it's nowhere close enough to be, you know, staying in. It's not cold enough yet. And even if it would be cold enough, it's not like it's gonna be lasting long whenever the sun is gonna be showing. It's really not. Yeah, yesterday was quite fun indeed. We didn't do too much. We did do like usual cleaning a little bit and throwing things away, of course. Anyways, to go ahead and indeed play games, or play the game with the elderly. Because they really wanted that our next visit wouldn't be including we doing something. I guess the last few times that we have been there, it has been that we have been doing something either with the computer or a well situation on last Sunday. You know, fair enough. But yeah, wasn't that quite a chill day? Quite a chill day indeed. It's nice to have like a nice chill days indeed. And yep. Nothing too crazy going on at all. As usual. It will be quite a usual case indeed for me. Nothing too crazy going on ever. Just living the life. I mean, probably one of the craziest things that did happen since I last streamed was that, you know, I was shiny hunting. Cat was being a mean bully as she is. And then another 5% Pokemon did spawn in to be shiny, and I was like, what do you mean? It wasn't a burn tower on Soul Silver. 5% Magmar. Under 1,000. What do you mean by that? And I threw a love ball at it, you know, it has a better catch rate if it's the opposite of your, you know, the Pokemon's gender that you have. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. But yeah. I did have a male one in the lead, so I was surprised that it did work out for the first ball. It was very nice though. If I wouldn't have been able to get it on that, I probably would have caught it in a heal ball, at least tried. But I was so afraid because, you know, you never can be like too careful with older games, you know. And the cat was indeed being a mean bully. So trying to calm her down at the same time as keeping the system to be as stable as possible, you know. Hello there. How are you doing? I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. No, I don't need you. Thanks for the offer, though. Because I'm hunting on 2 different games. Looking for a Pumpkin and the Authentic Sinisty at the same time. Also, probably heard the funniest thing today. That someone was saying that the chance for the shiny legendary in Dynamax 10 is 1 in 25. Oh my god, how wrong they are. Yeah. It's quite like horde hunting. People think that you have 5 times, you know, like 5 times better odds. But it's not. You just see 5 Pokemons at once. I was like, yeah, that is definitely the case. I have the shiny charm on the Sinisty hunt. I don't have the shiny charm on the Pumpkaboo hunt. So I heard another thing that I have never heard about today as well. Try to find it. Apparently there is a thing called crypto shinies, and I have no idea what they mean by that. Like, it could be, you know, a fan game thing, but what is a Cream Joe shiny though? Like, I have never heard about it. I mean, if it would be like a main series thing, I probably would know about it though. Like, I didn't know that there is Joe shinies. I doubt that that actually is a thing, but could be, you know, like translating from something else and stuff like that. Nice. What are you hunting? In what forest? There's for a bunch of forests. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's a bunch of forests in Pokemon games. But nice, good luck with it. Good luck with it indeed. Nice Eevee. All the rarest things to be found in this game. Yeah. Surprise trading is fun at times. The only problem that I still will be having with, you know, with surprise trading really is that there is, you know, the very legitimate Pokemons there. It's literally the only thing that why I don't like to do them too much. Very much real Pokemons that has a Pokemon website name. Yeah. Yeah, it do be. Bottom. What can you do? Like, it would be nice if you could just filter them away. I would very much appreciate it. Imagine if we would just be able to filter them away and never get them again. Would very much appreciate that indeed. And then again, I don't really know how that would be really working, that's the problem. Because they could be doing so many things, but then they find another way to go around it. I mean, they are not gonna be doing anything for Sword and Shield, but apparently they are trying to work out something for Scarlet and Violet though. Which is nice. Yeah. That is indeed quite the usual side to be getting Master Balls with them or some other like rare items. But Master Ball is the usual one. They have more of like things that they have in Scarlet and Violet. They are holding way more things in that game indeed. But yeah, I don't remember, like I don't think that I did do too many trades at one point. in Scarlet and Violet, and I did get two like fake ones indeed. I mean, I was more of doing it because I would like to get, you know, all the starters, you know, so I can hunt for them. Surely I could have asked for a friend to give them, but you know, surprise trading is fun when it's just the legit Pokemons there. But yeah, it do be what it do be. Are you asking how am I streaming on Switch? I have capture cards. That's the way. I think the only other way really would be to, of course, film your screen. But I don't know. I don't want to. But yeah, I don't still understand one thing though, indeed, is that how so many people get some like shiny chances so incorrect. Especially for like some games that it has always been like said that, hey, these are your odds. And like there has never been like confusion about them. I have both Sword and Shield. Like, I understand it in some cases because, like, there is indeed what is it? There do be like, some things are a little bit more complicated than the other ones. So I get it for that, but still, it's usually quite self-explanatory. I know that people can make, of course, mistakes, but like some things are like always confusion among people. I'm like, how? And people think that some shiny hunting methods are more complicated than they actually are. Because that's also the case. Some do be. And then there's a lot of the ones that are thought to be complicated. They're quite simple. Also, I did see quite a bit of questions today about, like, why do people catch all the Pokemons in Dynamax Adventures? I just catch them because why not? Why wouldn't I be catching them? It isn't like I'm wasting any materials. I will be able to always get my Pokeballs back. Because I'm using Premier Balls. Yeah, but you don't see in Dynamax Dance that is it a shiny or not though. And that's only also the truth in the regular dance. Like the catch rate thing if you are the host, I'm pretty sure. If you're not the host on the regular dance, I'm pretty sure that it has a chance to be breaking out. Because I have seen it plenty of times. Not really too much lately because, you know, it isn't as big thing to be hunting in them. It's quite a big thing when, like, the Dynamax, no, Gigantamax Pokemon were released. Then it was a big thing. You know, understandably. Okay. Sure. Any progress is progress. That's what I would like to think about shiny hunting. Even if you would be only able to do a few checks, it's always progress. Yeah. I still haven't myself completed the Crown Tundra DLC story. And the reason really is because, you know, I would like to shiny hunt the legendaries there. That, you know, are a possibility to be hunting for. And I mean, you don't really... like, I haven't been really being worried about it anyways, because I don't really care to be completing them. I mean, it's cool that you can get the Ultra Beasts. But that's pretty much about it, what I would like to get from them. They're cool and everything, but like, they would be the only thing that I would like to get from them. There's still like so many things that I am gonna be hunting in the... what is it? In the dance anyways, or the max raid. Dynamax Adventures place, you know. I don't need to worry. Also because like I might be hunting indeed some of the legendaries in other games anyways. So I don't I'm not gonna be keeping a hurry with them too much. It's still so interesting to think about, though. I usually do be bringing this up if I'm thinking about the Crown Tundra and the DLC. The Reggie situation. So strange. Especially considering that, like, if it actually would be the other way around, that the Sword of Justice wouldn't be affected by the Shiny Charm, I wouldn't be so upset about it. Because you can do the you can do resets for them a lot easier than for the Reggies. Because either you need, for Reggies, you either need to be restarting the game, or you would need to, do the puzzle over and over again. Which, depending on the Reggie, I haven't been doing anything but Reggie Steel at this point. I have not got it yet. I've only done that so far. Oh, thank you for the follow. So I'm just doing the puzzle over and over again myself. Because it's just... Yeah. Well, thanks for being here. Always appreciate it. Have a great day. Yeah, because I did watch, like, when I did decide that I will be doing it that way, indeed. I did check out, like, the chances for things and stuff like that. Or, like, how much time it will be taking in, like, comparison that how much time it will be taking to, like, do the puzzle over and over again versus, like, restarting the game. But in both, there's so much, like, user error that you can achieve. So, like, there's so many things. Also, I didn't do another thing, which is to get more Pokeballs in the game that I said that I should be getting more Pokeballs in, but I mean, I have still a decent amount of them left. I do be. I'll be fine. I probably need to be, like, trying to set up on, like, almost every kind of Pokeball, indeed. Also, today is filled with indeedies, lately, at least. It's been so many of them, it's insane. It's insane how many there has been lately, indeed. No. I don't really need another one. I don't mind getting, you know, two of the same one, per se. Like, a third one is a little too much, especially if it doesn't have, like, evolutions. I say that and I have a little too many, like... What is it? The thing. Shinori. It do be like that, indeed. And I mean, it do be indeed quite likely that you would be getting some of the, especially the more common ones, you would be seeing more than once. I say that, and my last phase was a 5% duplicate. If only you could switch how indeed is gendering. It's also like, I understand like why it is a version exclusive. At the same time, it's a little bit of a shame. It's not like some of the version exclusives that are like that for female and male, that you can technically get the other one in your game anyways, because like the pre-evolution is indeed available. So yeah. It do be a shame. I understand like why it is done like that, because it makes sense. They have a little detail that kind of tells it, but it would still be quite a bit nicer if they both would be at least somewhere available in... Like they both would be available in this one game. Even if it would be a rare thing. I mean, probably the easiest way to get it is... That still isn't too nice, would be to get it from Dynamax Adventures. It's not really the easiest way, but I mean, it is there. I mean, at least the good thing is that if you do be breeding for one, you should be always be getting the one that you want, you know? I guess that's nice. It didn't like completely make it like version exclusive thing, you know? Which is of course, like as I said, I personally like it quite a bit, that things aren't that heavily version exclusives anymore. Still quite looking like my face is on point. Half an hour-ish to do 100 encounters. It usually is like 30 to 40 minutes actually, but like, of course it really depends on how lucky I will be getting. Mostly on Sword, because like Shield I can always be getting something on... Something quite quickly on the... in the Glimwood. It's always random encounters. So yeah, it do be like that indeed. There we go. Bunch of the super-sized ones, I see. Should be the rarest kind. I mean, they are, kind of. There's been a decent amount of the things. Honestly, I just think it's the weirdest thing that I think I get the average size one the least. But I guess it makes sense that it would be liking to be pulling more from the rarer ones than for the more common one, you know? Well, I don't know. It would be kind of nice to like, I probably should be at some point looking into it, like how does like certain abilities, like I know how they work, but like how do they remove other Pokemon's probability to be there, you know? Because I don't know how that works. I know that Harvest will be having just an increased chance for the grass type Pokemon. I don't just know like how like they would be removing things. Of course it would be making the most amount of sense if they would be taking rid of the more common ones first. But I mean, don't know. Don't know indeed. Yeah, I don't know. I think it would be interesting if in some Pokemon game in the future we would be able to get like an easier way to get more Master Balls, or like more get like inside to like how Master Balls are made, you know. So I think that would be kind of cool. Like surely it could be like maybe you would either need to do a certain task, or it is like you can get only set amount of ones in X amount of time. And it would be not be affected by you changing the settings either. I think that would be kind of cool. I mean, of course, I don't want to get like a ridiculous amount of them, because then it would kind of break the thing of Master Balls being a rare thing, that there is only in quotes one per region. Which can or cannot be true depending on the game. But yeah. I don't know, I would find it interesting in if indeed we would be able to get, as I said, if it even if it would be like every like few months, maybe you would be able to get another Master Ball. Or something like that. It's like surely they have done a lot of them, you know? Imagine if there would be like a fake Master Ball, like one of the earlier prototypes, and it wouldn't be having the 100% catch rate, you know? Imagine that. I mean, it would be quite fitting though, because I doubt that they would have gotten it on the first try, you know? And you know, more of the behind the scenes things going on. It wouldn't be too bad now, would it? Too bad now, would it indeed? Also, it would be, I don't know, it would be kind of cool to, you know how like certain Pokeballs are made anyways. Like, why do they have a better catch rate at the certain situations, you know? What's up with that? Also, like, especially nowadays, it's interesting to think about that, you know, the most people call them cursed Pokeballs, even though they are apricot Pokeballs. Actually, from like hard gold and so silver, or Chodo, anyways, like first introduced in there. Of course, they did get their better looks, indeed, in hard gold and soul silver. But I just, like, especially nowadays that we know how like old Pokeballs look like, even though there's few different versions of them that we have seen over the years. It's just interesting to think about that. That we do be indeed having such clean looking Pokeballs when they are made of apricots, you know. I mean, it could be that it's just, you know, Kurt has been perfecting the skills over the years. It's just so strange, you know. Also, I've always kind of wondered, like, how can they make each... Like, you give them only, like, in the current situation, you only give him, like, one color, the apricots. It's literally just one color. Like, I'm just wondering... Like... How does he get so interesting designs? And also, how does he get more colors there? Because technically you're only giving him one color at a time. Which is of course understandable that you can be making all of them at once. You need to be waiting a day in between. But it's just... How does he do it though? Would be interesting to know. In any ways, like, we don't ever see like how apricot Pokeballs are made. Even though we make them ourselves in Legends Arceus in some situations. Like, we don't know how they are made. How they are getting such interesting designs in such a short amount of time. Compared to that, it does indeed take curd in quotes a whole day to do even one. Because of course you can make one, or you can make as many berries as you can hold, you know, or apricots. Yeah, it's interesting indeed. At least in Legends Arceus it makes sense like why they do be getting the colors as they do, because you need to be using corresponding like stone that you gather from rocks or ore things. Like that makes sense like why you are getting that color, but like as I said with Kurt you don't really give him anything else. Considering that I know that you did save the Pokeball. You did indeed save the Slowpoke well there. But still, like, you're doing it for free? It's a little odd in my opinion. It do be a little odd indeed. How can you do that for free? And I guess if you don't have anything else to do in your free time, but it's just weird. Like surely like in like game wise there is like you need to be waiting, you know, certain amount of time before the berry or the tree grows again so you can get another one. So I get it for like gameplay wise. It's a little odd though. It do be. There we go. Stretching time. Yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. You're having good luck today indeed. Getting something today would be always appreciated. I'm indeed the kind of person, I mean I did kind of talk about it before today and I've talked about it a lot, but I don't mind getting duplicates. I mean probably after a certain point, like overall I don't really care. You know, it is part of the fun, you know? As in certain situations you can't really be isolating Pokemons and, you know, part of the fun. I mean, I will say that I may or may not be upset if I indeed will decide to switch into a route that I have, I think it's an 80% chance for my target and I will get the other one instead. But I mean... Yeah, let's see. In case I'm hunting, or I have been hunting. I haven't hunted in a while again. For currently doing it in a route where there is also Spinnerack there. Plus, of course, Hood and Reditad Night. Surprise, surprise! Owls appear at night times. There we go. Nice. Oh. Try to turn there. Honestly, if I get a shiny Pikachu in here accidentally, I would rather it be female. Because I already have a male in one of my... on the other shield file that I have. It's an okay shiny. As I said plenty of times that it has improved over the years. In my opinion. It's like a nice change indeed that it has nowadays compared to what it was. Has always been noticeable, of course, but like... We'll say though, it was kind of a disappointing one. It's not like it's a shiny that it's like impossible to notice, you know, even if you don't have a reference to it to look into. It's not like that, of course, but it's just like at the same time you kind of need to also like look at it. I don't know, it also could be because like on... It is also Pikachu, for whatever reason, in earlier games it wasn't too easy to hunt for. It was either that the whole place was filled with other electric types, or it was incredibly rare. This was the very well the case in Kanto. So like, you couldn't even use like static to help you out. Really in most of the situations. But yeah. I mean, do I like that it's absolutely everywhere in quotes nowadays? Not really, but I mean... I guess it could be worse. Like, it's not like absolutely everywhere, but at least it's not as rare as it used to be, you know? Which is fine, I guess, and of course it makes sense from their point to be making their mascot not to be, you know, that rare anymore. I mean, could it still be a little bit on the rarer side? Yeah, it could be. I like that in Sword and Shield there is only like few locations that you can find it. In Sword you have a higher chance than in Shield. Not by too much, by a little bit. I like that it's like somewhat rare, but at the same time like if you really want it, there is always ways to make like it guaranteed to be there, you know. It's very much appreciated indeed. Where's Loveland? Seems to be doing that. If only it would extend to more Pokemons though. If only. Like, I'm more disappointed that it didn't go for more of the Gen 8 Pokemon indeed. So of course it would be cool to be able to be guaranteeing a somewhat of a rarer otherwise. Like a new Pokemon in my opinion than older ones. Because most of the ones that I do remember you can either only catch after you're done with like all the gyms, or you need to be the champion in order for them to even spawn in. It's a little, you know, sad. It is indeed. I guess it could be worse. Talked about it so many times before, I just hate how rare Cursala is in this game. Is it particularly a cool Pokemon? No. But would I have liked to at least try to use it on my team? Yes. Talked about it plenty of times. But it was so much like to use it on my team, but no, you're not gonna be using it on your team. If you're not gonna be having one from an egg. Which is very much of a disappointing thing in my opinion. I like that they have made less things that would be like nicer to be getting to be only after you have beaten the main story. Like that, you know. Surely there is like some things that are still gonna be annoying that they're only available after you have completed the story. But usually they're like nothing like too bad. Nothing that I would be missing out on, you know. Like, of course, it makes sense. I think it makes more sense the newer way that it's done, that you can only catch the legendary after you have become the champion. I mean, it could be still fine, like, you could be using the legendary to help you out in, like, story situations, of course, but like, you know, just don't catch it. You don't always need to be catching your legendary of the game. I mean, if you can catch a legendary before you have completed the game, it usually is quite a late game though, so it's not like you'll be getting it straight from the start. Or if you will, you can be using it in battles. Which is, you know, fair. It's still quite weird to me that how does the professor, like, be okay with a random kid being taken, like, looking for the the Miraidon slash Coridon. Like, you know, it's fine. But I get it, like, it doesn't really trust too many people, I guess. But it's still a little weird though. Doesn't make it less weirder though. Now that I think about it, it has been kind of a big thing in those games that, you know, being an outsider was quite a, like, it wasn't the main focus, of course, of the DLC, the first part. It was kind of back there. And now that I think back, it is indeed quite a case also in the main story. I mean, not too bad, but it's just interesting that it's like a very big focus though. I mean, of course, like the Paradox Pokemons, they are either from the past or the future, so like that makes sense. Still like a little on the weirder side, indeed. A little bit indeed. I wonder if they're gonna be ever doing for another Pokemon the size difference sound effect as they did for Boom. Because I think that would be kind of neat. I have talked about the size thing that that would have been cool thing to see for more Pokemons, but like since they are nowadays quite heavily based on, you know, the Pokemon is, you know, every Pokemon can be having different sizes, so I doubt that that will be the case. Or maybe there could be like one Pokemon that would be able to have like different cries. Maybe as the size thing or as overall of a gimmick. Also, it would be kind of cool to be having a Pokemon that would be sometimes mimicking the sound of like the surrounding Pokemons. I don't know how well that would be working. I mean, it could be a neat idea. Could be a neat idea indeed. Imagine just be having a Pokemon that has its own cry, or doesn't have its own cry, it's just always is making another Pokemon's cry instead. That would be interesting. Or if it would be having a cry, it would be so awful or so quiet or something like that, something special about it that that's the reason why it doesn't want to be using its own cry, you know? I think that could be kind of cool. No. Oh, when it doesn't want to be going to the option that you would like to be going for. I'm thinking about the Pokemon that would be mimicking other Pokemon's cry. You know? It could be just because there is a Finnish saying that would be quite fitting for it, but having like a tree Pokemon to be working like that. Because we literally have the saying that the forest will be saying the same thing back to you. It isn't the perfect translation, but basically if you shout in the forest, it will be just saying the same thing back to you, you know? So that might be the reason why I'm thinking like a tree Pokemon would be fitting. Like more specifically, like if the tree Pokemon would be the only the log part of it, and the log part would be hollow. I think that could be working. I don't know how they would be making the Pokemon interesting, but they have made things work before, you know. Or like something that could be, you know, be making sense, that it could be just like saying other Pokemon's cry, I guess. You know? There we go. Yeah. It's always interesting to see the new Pokemons. Even though I'm not sure, like myself, I'm not too much into like lore behind the Pokemon, whatever. Like looking into too much to it, you know. But I mean, it could be cool to see that. Also, I would indeed, we talked about this at some point. Probably has been a while though. that I would love it if we would be having more Pokemons to be in Scarlet and Violet, to be appearing as a group and just be running about, like in big groups, not in the small groups, like 2 or 3 Pokemons. What you usually see them to be. Like, there's so many Pokemons that could be working with each, and like it's quite a good amount of like water ones that would be working. Like, imagine if we would be getting like Lapras back, or those games. I don't like to say that they're back because they're already been on Switch recently. But yeah, imagine if we would be getting that. Lapras to be in the games, and then there would be just in the distance, so just a group of Lapras. Just, you know, going about. Or it could be that you could be interacting with them as well. And like, as I said, I very much like the thing that like Pokemons, they feel like they have like different things going on indeed. But I also would like that there would be more of them. I know that it probably will be a little too much for the system to be handling, but not saying that it wouldn't be cool. Probably the reason why I would like to have it, because indeed when you start the game there is the Tauros like scene going on. It would be so cool to actually see that in the games. As I said, you can see it kind of, but it's only a few Pokemons. Like, it wouldn't need to be like too many, like if it would be just pumped up to, like in that case, like to 10. Maybe even 5 would be cool, but it's just a shame that it's usually indeed 2 to 3 Pokemons that are doing the like special things. Then there's like some things that I don't think that they occur like all the time, like everything. It's just quite unfortunate they occur only in, I don't know when they, like what's the situation it is, like how much time has passed or whatever. But there's indeed like some things that you might be missing out on, like there is like few situation, or like one situation where there is near the psychic gym, there is like Dawn fans rolling down the hill. And I don't think that I did see the first time that I was in here or in there. It was like such a surprise to me that it is indeed a thing, you know. What it do be, what it do be though. But yeah, still like one thing that I would kind of be wishing for, like, especially like since, you know, having a car, kind of, I would wish that sometimes like when the winter hits, it would be heating and staying, you know. Because like, of course, like it's similar to be changing indeed the winter tires in an advance, so you are not gonna be in trouble when all of a sudden there is snow and ice everywhere. It's just so unfortunate because, like, you know, of course, like having winter tires on and then there is like and not the kind of weather that they would be good in. You're kind of wasting them. But of course, as I said, better safe than sorry in this situation. Because you never know, indeed. But yeah. As I said, we do be changing our tires to our car indeed on Saturday. Most likely indeed. Nothing comes up that is. And then at some point in like few weeks we're gonna be changing and then to also do the elderly people's car as well. We do be. We do be indeed. Yeah. I guess the thing is why we usually try to like push it off quite a bit indeed is because we don't need to be on like moving when like, you know, there is indeed a very high chance for ice. Because most of the time we can just not go somewhere at the time, then can do it later, you know. So like, but this year it's like even worse than usual. I don't know why. This year has been very strange. Weather-wise, indeed. There's been a bunch of warm situations like a few weeks ago, and now it's gonna be a bunch of cold situations in the weather, indeed. From here on out, probably for the rest of the year. At least that I do be hoping for, because it would be a little odd if it's not the case indeed. Surely there can be like a little warmer days, but they would be maybe like +5 situations, you know? So like nothing too crazy. A little bit warmer than it could be. It can be also happening sometimes in the winter, but rarely it is a shy hat ram. It is a rare occurrence in the Finnish winter. Oh yeah, that's probably a little weirder indeed. Another headroom, you say, game. I still have only I have a good amount of heal balls, indeed. Oh boy. Headrooms, they are catching up, indeed. They do be. A rare occurrence, indeed. Oh boy. I don't really have a nickname in mind for you. I rarely do. Funnily enough, it's the second shiny of the week that has secured when I have been talking about the weather. I'm gonna be fine. Well, that was a nice and quick phase. But I mean, it do be making sense indeed. It do be. Yeah, let's try to catch you then. I mean, heal ball probably is gonna be the play, but you know, let's just try a few premier balls for funsies. I don't really care. What do I catch you in? Do we having a decent amount of you already? She said does nothing. Nice. Actually update Sinisty thing in here. Another headram. One of my quickest headrams. 31, there we go. Yes, I would like to nickname you indeed. What shall you be nicknamed? I guess I could be calling you, like, I don't know if it fits, but rare weather I could be. Calling you that. How do actually double check how do you spell it because I don't remember. I think it's like that. No. It's wrong. It's weather, it's rare weather. Just enough to hit. It's indeed rare weather, the Hadram now. And straight away, let's save. Let's see then. I would like to say that you're most definitely going to be lonely by nature. To be my nature guess for you. You're naughty. I do be having healer. How many of the dudes do be having healer? I think you're male, right? Other than that, that would be like insanely amount of you in a row. Yeah, you have anticipation. Healer. Oh, I only have one that isn't a healer. Cool. I mean, I would be liking to be getting a little bit more on them. To be having, you know, different things. I mean, it's fine. It's not like I'm gonna be using them anyways. Yeah. The thing is that... What do I do? I think I will be letting Glimwood be for a little bit to the encounters until I'm done with them in the... or when I'm at 3,700 on Pumpkaboo. Rare weather. Rare weather occurrence in Finland in the winter times is indeed that Hatram. Yeah, I think I'll indeed be doing that. Doing it this time around. Oh, someone caught a Hatram. Who could that be? Don't know who could that be. How many times I've been making that joke? A bunch of times. It do be indeed like that. Yep. Let's see. I guess the shiny Pokemon lately have been liking the weather talk. Even though I did say that for whatever reason it's considered to be a bad frustration thing. It's just I said it's weird because would that be an easy one to, you know, be talking about with strangers? In my mind, yes, but yeah, there's like the thing, like I understand why it's a bad thing, but at the same time, like just trying to, you know, start a conversation with a random dude. You know? Ah. Oh. So used to doing Glimwood, but yeah, I will be indeed getting a little break from there. I'll be using this playground for indeed the next hour-ish. You know, sunset time will be an hour long. As I've said before, I don't know, I like that it is, like, of course it's easier to be making like that. Like, it's like a certain time of day, or certain hour of the day will be, you know, a certain time of day. So, like, yeah, it makes sense, it's easy to make, but at the same time, I would kind of like to get a Pokemon game that would be based on the real life clock and would also be more accurate to your location, or a game anyways that would be like that. Because most games aren't, unfortunately. And it wouldn't be really be necessary for me that it would be the most accurate as well. Like, at least, like, more accurate that it wouldn't be, you know, hourly thing, but as I said, I understand it's an easy way to make it, and it's completely understandable, but I don't think that I have never really, especially with the colors that the Pokemon games, for example, are going, I don't think that I have ever seen myself like sunset time to be an hour long. There's another one. On this smaller scale this time. Yeah. I don't know. It would be kind of cool, but as I said, I think it would be a little bit harder to do because then you would need to take in the fact that, you know, places to be working differently indeed. How accurate you want to be, but as I said, because I haven't really seen the sunset time to be an hour long, even when, like, the days are longer, you know? I've never seen that to be the case, indeed. So, like, usually what I remember, like, the longest time that, like, sunset time, as I said, how it's in the Pokemon games, usually is maybe half an hour. Usually it is indeed over quite soon. Like, not quite a you blink once and it's gone, but, you know, close to it indeed. Actually, I'm curious about anything. I'll figure it out. It's my U6 Tatram. Interesting. My 6 Hadram and like 4 of them have been happening so quickly from one another. I mean, you can see them all on the top screen, indeed. Has it been like too much of a variety lately in the sinister faces? But I mean, it do be what it do be, right? I don't know why, but I think it would be a very cool idea if indeed in Galar there would be somewhere a place, like a small little forest area where there's going to be like Impidimps and Hadram or Hatenas everywhere. So I still think it's a little missed opportunity that both Impidimp and Hatena are indeed hard to try and find. As I always said, I do be preferring personally to be getting the re-evolution first. I mean, you know, it is doable. It's not impossible at all, but it's just very unfortunate like that indeed. It do be what it do be though. Because I will say that I think one of the Pokemons that I know that are like it is quite common. It's not like it's a rare Pokemon or anything, but I think one of the Pokemons that will be struggling to catch is going to be indeed Hatena. Just for the reason being that it's very rarely anywhere. And I'm also quite sure that it tries to run away from you, which isn't too big of a deal because I know that it's a big of a deal for some people, but I know that it's more of a problem that they are using the bike. And the bike, as good as it is for speed, you can't really be turning with it too well. Unfortunately. You can't really be doing that indeed. Which is indeed a little bit of a shame. I would wish indeed that the turning would be with it a little bit better. That's why I like use the bike in, for example, in these games only to just get faster from place A to place B. Because, as I said, it's just not the best. Just trying to catch Pokemon in. If it's not the like the Wanderer, always to be there Pokemon, you know. It's just not too good. Like, of course I understand that you can be doing too quick of a turns with a bike. And that's like the first bike that really has been on like done good in 3D Pokemon games. Because surely does it make sense that you can straight away turn around? No, not really. Immediately, not moving an inch to any side. Just doing just a 180 with a bike. Of course it is fine, but it's just silly to think about. And I understand like how the bike in PTSD works as well, because you know it's based on the original one, so it's fine. Hey Juby, what did you be? And of course, like how the bike does work in Scarlet and Violet, it makes sense that the way that it works. Because it's the Pokemon that do be doing the movements. It doesn't make the most amount of sense when you're riding Miraidon compared to Coraidon. But you know, you could just say that it's an advanced bike. You could say that, you know, it's from the future, it has features that we don't have yet, you know. It could be like that indeed. It's just a bike from the future. And nothing too crazy indeed. Also, I will say that I do be hoping that it doesn't happen, that I will be getting something immediately in Glimwood. I mean, I kind of doubt that it would be happening, but at the same time, like, I do be wishing that that's not gonna be the case at all. Yes, like to hunt on both games. I like to hunt in both games indeed. Why couldn't there be a repel for aggressive Pokemons? Honestly, I don't know why, but in my mind it would be making sense if you would be indeed be having actually like repels for like both the aggressive and the scared Pokemons. For the scared Pokemons, I'm like more thinking that it could be also an ability that would be just like making the Pokemon to be making more noise or like something like that. It could be. Imagine that being the case, indeed. I will say that there is, like, even though normal is quite boring as a typing to be adding to Pokemons, but I kind of would wish that we'll be having, like, even as annoying as they are to indeed be battling against sometimes, to be having more like normal something types. Because my problem is that I think that Fido would be fitting to be like normal fairy or fairy normal, but then I don't think that Dashpon would be really working with it. Because, you know, it has the special thing going on about it. And of course, like, then it would be need to get another typing. But I don't really know what it could be. I mean, fire would be fitting because of the special thing that it has going on. But it doesn't really matter. And yeah, I don't know. Because like, as I said, as annoying as it is indeed to encounter a normal something. Like something a normal. Because like you sometimes can be forgetting that it's normal type, you know. Because like normal and another type, I see it myself to be more of a recent generation, like adding a bunch of Pokemons like that. We did get into 2 generations back to back like that. We did get like normal psychic types, you know, and there's just the ones that you forget that are normal. Like, I know that Deerling and Sawspark they are part normal, which is kind of weird that they are part normal. Like, it's fine, it's just a little on the weirder side, you know. I guess usually normal is just, you know, ordinary normal Pokemons or animals. Normal animals that are turned into Pokemons, you know. But like both Sawspark and Deerling has this season changing thing. I know that the animal that they are based on, it makes sense that it could be seen that could work with it, but not in the way that it works, you know. It's still a cool idea and I love it, but it's just like, it just doesn't really make too much sense that it's normal. Honestly, I don't know why, but weirdly I'm thinking that if it would have been introduced a generation later, it could have been fairy type. Because, like, you know, fairy and nature thing. I'm thinking because of that, you know. And like, I don't know. It do be a little weird indeed. It's also a shame that you can't really be changing, you know, Saucebox look at all. It's going to be stuck. It's not like it's too bad anyways, but it's just a little, you know, a shame indeed. That it is indeed stuck into the form that it has evolved into. Even though I think it's one of the ones that do be changing forms in the situations that could be still be changing how it looks like once it evolves. Like, I understand why Wormadam is like attached to the one thing once it evolves, because maybe it just caters more of the thing as it seems like to be doing, and then it's like, you know, stuck with that forever. That's fine. It's just a little weird to me that Saucebug wouldn't be able to do that. One more encounter and then we are gonna be bringing Limwood back to the dungeon. Here we go. There we go. I'll save again just in case. There you go. Let's see back to back because that is indeed the first encounter. Since I did find the Hadron indeed. It do be like that indeed. It would now be nice and give me a bunch of encounters quickly. We very much appreciate it indeed. There we go. I mean, honestly, if I would be getting a face for Sinisty soon, like encounter number wise, like it wouldn't be too bad, but like, would like to hunt in both games indeed. So hopefully, it's not, if it's not gonna be showing up like straight away, then it's gonna be waiting a while, and I guess I would be getting an encounter from that rock. Cool. The rock encounter. It is honestly, now that I'm thinking about rocks, it's a shame that we don't really get too many like rock encounters indeed nowadays. Like, of course, remakes do be having them and stuff like that, but kind of gone nowadays. I mean, the closest thing is indeed the ore things in Legends Arceus that do be working very similar to like Rock Smash Rocks, so like, cool. But it would be nice indeed if we would indeed be having it again. Like, it's not necessarily a feature that I would absolutely love to be around forever and ever. But it would be still nice every once in a while, you know? And maybe it wouldn't be the only way to get the certain Pokemon, as it almost seems like it is. But, yeah. Half an hour left, and we would be indeed be hitting nighttime encounters that don't really change anything at all. Just make the and make the background to be darker indeed. But yeah. I don't know, my usual thinking, I don't know while I will be, then the next Innisty phase will be. So, I mean, that wasn't the fastest, you know, but it was still, like, decently fast, you know? But yeah. I mean, I would like to say that another one under 1,000 wouldn't be too bad, but but then again, I wouldn't mind to be. I wouldn't mind to be there for a little while before I get something else again. I wouldn't mind at all. I don't know why, but I also would kind of wish that a remake at some point, like some remake somewhere in the future, would be like, even though the original games didn't have it, you know, but they would be adding the like the ambush encounters from Alola games. I like them. Like, of course, like the pool is really not really there at all, but I think it was quite cool indeed. That there is like usually indeed like maybe 5 Pokemon max there. If even that, because right now the only one that I can think of is, I think, 4. Not completely sure though, but yeah, there really isn't too many options in them, you know. Oh, when the run button doesn't work too well. Hitting the bottom bunch of time and doesn't want to be actually running. Well, it do be what it do be. It do be what it do be. It's fine. But yeah, I don't know. I was thinking that I will be maybe tomorrow be playing some Animal Crossing. And then probably something afterwards. You know. Maybe indeed be doing a little bit of Animal Crossing indeed and then do something else. Not completely decided yet because usually what I end up doing, like if I do be streaming Animal Crossing, I will be going back to like yeah. I don't know how I would be indeed usually be doing like Legends Arceus afterwards, but maybe I'll do, maybe I'm not. We'll see about that, but I think my main goal for this week anyways was to hit the odds with a Pumpkaboo, and indeed after today I should be able to hit it. If I don't get anything before that, that is. So yeah, we will be having that indeed. One thing that I have always been quite interested in is, since there is way too many in quotes side games to Pokemon games, and why do the shiny odds in them differ quite a bit? Like most of the time. Because like most of them are like the usual base odds for when they were released in, you know. And then there is like more interesting ones, indeed. I guess the most popular one would be Pokemon Go, but I mean, I know that the odds are good, but then again, at the same time, if you would like to hunt them efficiently, you would need to be going outside for a walk, so like, it has that going on. So like, I don't think that the usual like 1 in 500 odds for most Pokemon is that high for that. Because like in most days, if you would be hunting in like, let's say for example in Sword and Shield, you would in average get more encounters in Sword and Shield. Like, it's not even a competition. Surely you could be in Pokemon Go in a place where there is a lot of spawns, but like still, most of the time you need to be waiting a little while before you can get, you know, more showing up. Or like, as I said, walk. So like, I think the shiny chance in there is fine. Like, I ain't complaining, like, surely it is higher than indeed usual, but as I said, if you would like to hunt them efficiently, you would need to go outside. So yeah, like, you're not gonna be indeed be getting as many encounters as you would be in regular Pokemon games, indeed. I am. Do I think that they should be higher? Also, absolutely no. Like, it is, of course, like, understandable that the rare ones have a higher shiny chance because they are rare things, you know? But yeah, overall, I don't think that I would be changing them. I haven't done myself, like, at all, what are they? Like, almost at all of the, like, ratings at all, indeed. More because I'm not out at that time and there is like nothing nearby that I could be attending from here. And the other thing is that I don't really care. Yeah, surely they are cool Pokemons and I understand it, but at the same time, like, unfortunately in here we don't really have too many, you know, players. So good luck going against a 5-star boss, you know. Yeah, I do be like that indeed. And yeah, as I said, I think the Pokemon Go shiny odds for me are like fine. Sure, like I understand, like people are more usually complaining about like community day odds to be too high, but I mean it's only for one Pokemon first of all, usually. Usually only for one Pokemon and it's for like usually 3 hours. So like, yeah, I understand why people are upset, but at the same time, like, it is kind of with everything that you could just get unlucky and don't get anything. Even though the chances are way too high for you not to be getting anything. It has happened quite a good amount of times. Like, surely, I know that, like, for me, I mostly do be spending community days at home, so, like, I don't get too many spawns, but I would still like to say that I get, like maybe in a good hour I get 15 in an hour, though, like, so, like, most of the time I will be hitting that I should be getting 2 shinies at each community day. Actually, I could be checking out one thing. I guess Sunday was Timbers, and I haven't caught a single Timber at that point. So I could, like, that would be like one of the perfect ways to showcase it. I didn't catch everything. Also because they fled, but also because I just couldn't care less at some point. But still, like, you do be showing that how much I usually do be getting. Just being at home. Surely I know that it's not the right way to do it, but still. Yeah. Checks. See, Timber. Oh, I should have got almost 3 of them with my odds. I have gotten, or I have seen 71 Timbers, and as I said, the community day was the first time that I have seen Timber, because Timber do be one of the, in quotes, worst Pokemons in Pokemon Go. To be like seeing and shiny hunting, because, you know, it's only available in eggs and in raids. So, like, eggs, down to luck. Also kind of with the raids as well, because you need to be getting lucky that you have the Timber raid, of course. And you also would need to go ahead and do it, which is another issue on its own, as I said, for me. Like, it's nice. I absolutely loved every single clickbait title that, in quotes, clickbait title that was about it, though. Like, there has been so many times that one person has done, like, I've played the best community day on Pokemon Go. Yeah, cool, that's your 3rd of the same title this week. Like, I know that it's not accurate, but it's still, like, you know, ridiculous. Yeah, I understand, like, some were, like, more looked for and everything like that, but at the same time, like, it could be me just being me that things, when they are overhyped, I'm usually not the biggest fan of them. Very good example could be that I know that Charizard is very much liked. I like it, it's okay. But at the same time, it's kind of to me. Like, I don't hate it, it's cool. Yeah, I don't know, it's a cool Pokemon, but, like, I don't think that it's best whatever and should be getting the special treatments. I mean, it's, like, it was fine at first, you know, but, like, calm down, you know? Soon we'll be having a Pokemon game that is just Charizards. Nothing else. Not even Charmander or Charmeleon. It's just Charizards everywhere and it's different forms. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind that kind of a meme game though. But like, it just is a little unfortunate. And that's why I personally don't like the thing that, you know, when people are like showing Pokemons to people that don't know about Pokemon too well, that they are saying that everything is Pikachu, you know, the meme. Because, like, what I see that, yeah, sure, Pikachu it is, you know, still quite popular. But Charizard has gotten so much more, like, special attention in my eyes. Surely for Pikachu there was the costume once. But then again, they weren't really anywhere and for that reason kind of forgotten for me. And there was the Z crystals for it, you know. There has been the ones with hats. I don't know. I guess Pikachu for me hasn't really been bothering me that much that it did get like special forms compared to Charizard indeed. It could be because like it would have been nice if the other ones from the Kanto Stars would have been getting them as well, you know? Like surely most of the time they did get them eventually, like Gigantamax situation. But still. Imagine if in the Scarlet and Violet, the second part of the DLC, every single starter would be getting something special. They all would be able to get something special to them. I think that would be kind of cool. That's why I also think that like, as I said, Greninja is also a very good example of a Pokemon being like very popular and I don't like it as much. But like, Greninja didn't get too much like special treatment. Surely it did, but like, not that much. Like, it's kind of done already, you know? And the thing is that you can't really even be getting it anymore. You could technically, but at the same time, no, you know? It's a weird situation like that indeed. Like it is with quite a good amount of Pokemon things nowadays, especially since understandably all things are like they are out of the picture, like support wise. It makes sense, you know. So like that means that quite a good amount of like the certain like event things or demo things are kind of out of the question if you don't have them downloaded already, you know. It do be. I will still say though that I know that the 3DS like shutting down in growth is a big thing for a bunch of people. It isn't for me. Like, as I said, I understand it completely that, you know, it is quite old, so it is understandable that it's not going to be supported forever. Like, I understand it, like, completely. Surely I understand, like, why it is upsetting. But Yeah. Things will be like that at some point for most of the things anyways. Like sure, like they could be there, but they might not be, you might not be able to use them as you could back in the day, you know? Yeah, I guess the problem for me is it because I understand that some people like to, you know, have their collections on Switch, for example. They want to be having their there indeed. Like, completely understandable. But, you know, I don't care because I'm the type of person that kind of just gives their shinies in the game that they found them in. I've kind of always been like that. I understand the appeal of having like your shiny collection on like one place, or your special Pokemons in one place, you know. I completely understand that, but like for me, it's just not it. You know. I guess it's a little bit upsetting that, you know. I don't know, could it be though? No, not really. I mean, I know that it's not the perfect solution, but of course the usual solution that there is for this kind of things is that if you do be a shiny hunter and you would like to keep your shinies, but you would also like to restart the game, just get another copy of the game, you know, where you would be storing everything in. I don't know. It's a weird thing for me because I don't know if I will be ever be doing that. Morgrim, it would be quite fitting for you to be shiny. And I definitely didn't get scared when there was a Morgrim shadow happening. In a cold case. It would be quite fitting. I've been seeing so many Hadrams. Or are the Morgrims now afraid of the Hadrams because I have so many of them lately? Are they afraid of the girl power that they have? Are you afraid of that indeed? It would be quite funny. I don't think that they are. They're just, you know, fair enough that they won't be appearing for a little while. Way too many of them. Oh, way too many of them indeed. Anyway, yes. Good Pokemons, good shinies, and good luck. Be the thing of the day. I will still say that I don't know why, but I still find Hatterem especially. I don't know. I guess it's the case for me that I like both. Like I only like Hatchena off the line to be shiny. Because I don't mind the other two. It's just, I guess I would be wishing that the other part would also be changing to something else, you know? I guess that could be each, you know? That could be eating. Interesting. How things to be working in here. Bunch of small pumpkin views lately, I see. Honestly, I don't know why, but I guess I would actually want the smallest one the most. I said that it would be most fitting if I would be finding the smallest one anyways. Because the one that I have right now is the large one. And they like normally at least have like the same rage to be there, which is 5% if I remember correctly. So I think it's 10 for the average, 5 for both the small and the large, and of course 1% for the supersized one. So you know it would be feeding, and then of course get the supersized one before I would be getting the average. You know, my luck indeed. Still, I would still wish so much that I could be keeping this background. It's such a pretty one. I love it, but unfortunately, like, I only really get one encounter with it. It's just a so pretty one. I don't do hunting nearly enough during when it's about to be, you know, becoming a daytime. Okay, sunrise time. And I don't really know how it looks in this game. I think mostly when I have been playing like that, it has happened in PDSP or Soul Silver or Hard Gold. Mostly in Soul Silver because I played a little bit more because, you know, sometimes even though you're excited for a hunch, you get bored of it. That's why it's indeed good to be having so many other things to do. Always can be switching out. Always can be switching out indeed. I mean, not always, but like, if you feel like not doing that hunt that day, you know, you can be switching it up indeed. Yeah, that's at least half of the encounters to date on. Seems like a little slower pace today, but I mean, I can't be saying too much because there was a shiny there. And shinies, they do be taking their own sweet time. Even though at least, thankfully, this time it didn't take like 5 minutes to catch it. It did take only like, once I did start the catching thing, I did take like 2 minutes max. 2 Pokeballs or Premier Balls if I remember correctly. Might have been a third one, but you know, not as bad as the Indeedee. Yeah, as I said, I don't know why, but I do be having a very bad track record with the normal psychic ones, indeed. Weirdly enough, because there's so many of them in the first place, that they have been causing me so much trouble. There's so many of them, there's at least 2, technically 3. But yeah, it will be. And also, I was talking about the normal psychic types that were introduced in back-to-back generations. I just kind of find it weird that the both that were like introduced as well are in my eyes like support Pokemons. Like, huh? What do you mean by that? Also, why are they in the same place? I don't know why. I probably would have liked it myself, even though I don't mind Oranguru and Pashimian to be in the forest, of course. I probably, though, would have wished that they would be something else instead. Because, I don't know... Especially with Pashimian, I don't get like mysterious vibes. I do kind of get it with Oranguru, but... it could still just be somewhere else, though. I don't know what it could be, but... it could be something else. I mean, could it then that moved him both to be in here? Yes, in the base game mostly. Yes, it would. But I mean, I will say that the forest area that they are found indeed in the DLC, it makes more sense. It will be making more sense in my mind. Because as I said, I don't really see them to be like too much of a mysterious Pokemon. I don't mind them being there, but I don't know, I just... like pretty much anything else would like make sense to me. Also, it's just weird that there is indeed in one game there's 2 normal psychic ones there in the same place, or psychic normal, whatever my thing. 2 of the same type combinations anyways. Yeah, I guess another type, apart from like I was talking about it before, like normal would be like a nice one that I would wish that more Pokemons would be getting a normal and another type. I think another one that I would myself be wishing for as well would be Fairy. I understand that it's like new type in quotes. It's not really new anymore. What, it has been like 10 years. So yeah, it isn't really new, but like generation wise it's new. But yeah, there could be more like very type-sided things. I didn't say the example of what if we would have been getting deerling instead of being normal grass, normal, whatever my thing. Place the normal with fairy. Maybe deerling could have been like normal. I would have been fine with it, but a saucebuck with fairy. I don't know how good it would be with it, you know, but kind of cool. I would personally like it indeed. Also, one thing that I would be wishing for that some Pokemon's catch rate would be changing. Like they would be changing catch rates for some Pokemon. I guess like I understand like Murkrow and Mischievous, they, especially Murkrow, was pain indeed to be catching before only, you know, had the chance to evolve, but like why couldn't like Murkrow be or Mischievous be made an easier one to catch? I don't think Mischievous is that bad. Could also be because of the locations that it usually found in. It's a little bit easier to handle, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Would be kind of cool though, you know. Would be indeed. Yeah, I don't know, like some Pokemon, indeed, mostly it's the case that I would like some Pokemon to be easier to be captured. Surely I know that the critical capture is a thing nowadays, but it's still a little bit of a pain. You know? It do be a little bit of a pain indeed. But yeah. Maybe some Pokemon could be made a little bit harder to be captured. I don't know, I would kind of like, even though it would be an annoying feature, but it could be implemented like interesting ways. Like, I kind of would like the idea that Pokeballs could be missing if the Pokemon would be like dodging it. Like, maybe you wouldn't be losing the Pokeball, let's say that. Like, maybe that would be the case that you would be able to pick it up again, you know. Honestly, I don't know why it wouldn't be the case, also with just catching Pokemons, but maybe the Pokemon, when it breaks out completely the Pokeball as well. But then why doesn't it break it when it's thrown out from the Pokeball? It's a question for another day, I guess. But yeah, have a chance to miss, but like if you miss the throw, you wouldn't be losing the Pokeball. It's like, why wouldn't you be able to like carry or pick the Pokeball up, you know? Kind of why, like what the Emperor's ability do be doing, you know? Which is... it's a nice feature, I would just kind of wish it would be a little bit more useful. Like, imagine if Yamper would be one of the Pokemons that you could be taking the held item away from. and then like throw another Pokeball, and then you know the ability would be activating again. Surely could you be having an entire team of just the Emperors and having like six chances like that? Yeah, but don't really know. I don't know why, but I think for whatever reason, I think I want to nickname more Gremimpidim. No why. And now look, it's definitely an Impidimp. Most definitely, what do you mean? I know that some people like to sometimes nickname Pokemons incorrectly, that they are like, you know, another Pokemon. And you know, sometimes it is indeed fun, and I like it. I also know that for whatever reason, some people are getting absolutely frustrated with it, and I don't understand why. Like, honestly, like, what's going on? What do you mean by that? Why are you so upset? It is just a Pokemon game. Game made for children. But why does it matter now? Why does it matter now, indeed? But yeah, it'll be fine. Oh yeah, one very unfortunate and very important thing for me did happen a few days ago. I need to, you know, update my graphics card, you know, as one does. But then like my, you know, my, what are they back? My, the thing are called wallpapers for my monitors did get like messed up because of that. A usual thing that happens. But then I realized that one of the wallpapers that I was using, I can't use it anymore. It's nowhere to be found. There is one similar one to each, but some of the colors are incorrect, and I hate it. Because it's frustrating me, it's bothering me very much. And also I don't like that the eyes move there. I don't know why, but I find it very creepy. So my solution was to try and look for like an hour. Is there anything other than that to be similar to it? The unfortunate case was a no. So then I decided, you know what? Since I'm most of the time, apart from when I'm streaming, I don't have anything there, so I would like to have, you know, some like little movement there that I can watch. And, you know, also something that I would like to be looking ad indeed. So I decided that I will be having a cool wallpaper of a party on there. With some loadouts there indeed that to be looking interesting. It's a very cool picture. Or wallpaper, it's a GIF. Technically, it's a very nice one, I love it. This is very unfortunate that the picture that I did use is indeed removed. I can't use it anymore. A shame. Like there's a cool one on my main monitor as well, but I mostly will be having something in there, so I don't really ever see it. And on the other monitor as well, but I only have really one that I will be seeing the wallpaper on for too much. Also, one thing that annoys me so much sometimes is that sometimes when I'm indeed updating my graphics card, you know, drivers, sometimes Windows decides that, hey, let's just say no to every single thing that you said to be that you would like to see. Like, for whatever reason, sometimes when I do that, they turn some things to transparent and I don't like it. So I need to be going to the settings and click off that no, don't do that please. I don't know why, but it just bothers me. It do be very much of annoyance for me. But yeah, it will be fine now. Yeah, I don't know, I liked really the image or the wallpaper there that was there before, but indeed, unfortunately, it's gone. I do be having like the original picture, but without the animations there. But I mean, it doesn't look the same because like the animated one, it has slightly different look overall. Like it's a lot sharper in most places. But yeah, I don't know why it did get removed, but it do be what it do be, you know. It's not the end of the world. I do be indeed be one of those dudes said rarely does change any profile pictures or wallpapers anywhere. I don't know, I just, you know, like to keep it the same myself. And I usually don't go too crazy over them anyways. But yeah, it do be what it do be. No. So glad that you don't say your name anymore. I would wish that I could be having a setting for it though. Like I have a special like volume setting for Pikachu that it's gonna be saying cry instead of the name. Saying the cry, yeah. It'll be saying the cry. I mean, technically, yeah, that's true. It is indeed the correct way to say it, I guess. You know, it's speaking the Pikachu language with his static noises, you know. I don't know. Weird choice that they did, but glad that it's kind of over, hopefully from now on. As I said, I wouldn't really mind it if it would be like a special case indeed in some games, but overall I just don't like the feature too much myself. Could you run? Thank you. But yeah, I would wish at some point some point it wouldn't be weird to be liking certain Pokemons. Or like there has been like in the past there has been like certain Pokemon that have been like that indeed, but then they have like kind of lost the like weird things that you get from people. You say that you like the Pokemon, you know. It's just like why? Like just don't understand it at all. I mean, internet is internet, right? It do be a weird place. It do be indeed. How many supersized am I gonna be getting in such a short amount of time? Jeez. And at least that's different. I think that's average. Doesn't look like it would be the small. Yeah. Might have been even the large one, honestly. It's a weird one indeed. Would like to say that that may or may not be the small. It be seeming like you're a small fella indeed. Yeah. There we go. I've again been thinking about like what if Pumpkaboo wouldn't need to be in Scarlet and Violet. Like the way that Pumpkaboo works in Pokemon Go is that, at least I'm pretty sure it is how it works, that this supersized one is always gonna be like indeed an XXL Pokemon. But then, you know, the small one will only be like extra small. So would they then need to be making... Technically they would need to be making then... like even smaller Pumpkaboo. Considering that Pumpkaboo already, when it's the smallest, it's very small already. So like... Jeez, it's gonna be like tiny. Also, I think it's a little unfair then if the supersized would be having like the different cry. Like surely it's a nice way to like know that what size it, like if is it the supersized one indeed. But just, you know, a little weird. Would be indeed an easy way to tell. Hello there, Evie. I guess I could be going there. There seems to be a good amount of these dudes here, indeed. Jeez. Yeah, because the smallest Pumpkaboo, you know, the extra small one or small one. It's only... It's so small, it's like 1-1 food. If I understand and read correctly. Jeez, it's tiny. 0.3 meters. Jeez, like imagine there would be a smaller one of the bunch. Jeez. And there is already like so small Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. Imagine getting an even smaller one. Can you even see it at that point? There we go. Video. Thank you. There you go. Oh yeah, Milcery. Yeah, I'm like trying to look for like, you know, again, like I know what smallest Pokemon is. But like, it's so weird that like Milcery is such a small Pokemon. Like, sure, it makes sense, but it's strange. It could be because, you know, it's a little bit misleading because it's floating. It's floating, I guess that is a little bit of misleading, you know. I mean, so does Pumpkaboo, but Pumpkaboo is like floating quite close to the ground. Unlike Milcery. And I guess Milcery has the problem that, you know, if Pokemon is round, it doesn't really look like it's small. Again, Pumpkaboo is as well, but, you know, still. Oh yeah, Spritzy. Well, Spritzy, I don't know. I do see Spritzy to be quite a small one. It do be. Then there is another supersized one of you. And I don't know, again, like with... of course my picture isn't up to scale. Because... why would it be? I just had fun with it. Wanted to make Spritzy to be very small. Technically, Spritzy is larger than... or bigger than Sinistea. Because Sinistea is also like the smallest ones indeed. I mean, I guess like Pumpkaboo wouldn't be that small, but at the same time, like, it do be quite small. Yeah, I guess, you know, it's kind of fine because like... what is it? Like, even though like there is small Pokemons as Flabébé, for example, indeed, they don't really seem that small in that game, even though they are supposed to be like to scale. I mean, it is small, and you know you can still see it at least. Imagine if they would be indeed be making a Pokemon that you couldn't be seeing. It's so small. Love small Pokemon. Like as I said, like I don't know. I'm kind of like I don't like care that like Pokeros is gone because I like have almost never used it as it's intended. But I just think indeed it would be kind of cool to see the Scarlet and Violet texture. Maybe there could be like a visible Pokeros, you know, to be there. It's always fun to see though when I read about the stories when people do be getting Pokeros and they are so afraid that their Pokemon is sick. It's honestly understandable. It hasn't been explained too well. Like thinking as if I would be a kid, would I be understanding it, kind? I probably wouldn't be understanding it too well, I will say that. But, like, it has always kind of been said what it does. As I said, is it in the most clearest way? No. But it do be there, you know? It do indeed. Also, I'm quite proud of myself still about my nickname for the Magmar that I did find. I'm quite glad about it indeed. Because I thought that, you know, there's different colored flames. And like stuff like that, like, you know, oh, blue flame is hot or whatever, and you know, stuff like that. But then there's like, you can make technically like colored flame as well. So I was just thinking that, you know, what could I be nicknaming this to the way that would be like nice and fitting like that indeed. And then I found like, I guess the closest for, you know, Magmar. Then I nicknamed it that. Oh, it was so nice of a name indeed. I don't know why, but like sometimes I like to spend a little bit more time on the nickname for the shiny. Sometimes it just comes to mind. Sometimes it's what I'm doing or saying. As it is with the last two Sinisty faces. For example, well, yeah, I usually don't have that big of a things in mind. Surely there's like some that I know straight away what I want to nickname them for whatever reason it shall be. Whatever it shall be indeed. We're back at where we started today with Sinisty face. Nice. I'm gonna check, is the next one number 30 or one after that? No, it's not even close, it's only... Maybe be getting 3 more, then it will be only 30 then. Next one is... 20H. Yeah, I knew that that would be like close to it indeed, but it's a little bit farther away than I thought. It is indeed. Also, as you probably know, if you have been watching my streams a lot, I like weird games. Like, I like weirdly a variety of games. Like, there is quite a good amount of things that I do be liking that don't make the most amount of sense all the time, indeed. Like, I started to play yesterday a game that is heavily based on like reading text on screen, and I'm not the biggest fan of that game, even though I usually am fine with it. It could be because it's so heavily on the reading from the text, and it's not like there's any voice acting or anything that would be making it a little bit more enjoyable, you know? I mean, it's not bad as like a game otherwise, it's just a little unfortunate that it's indeed... It do be indeed be like that. There's so much dialogue that it just gets tiring. So I only did play a little bit of it, like 3 hours. A little bit. I mean, I wanted to get like good amount of the story done though, you know. And actually it was maybe like Actually, 2 hours. That's still like I wanted to like get a good amount of it done and getting into a point where if I would be returning to the game after like few weeks, I would still be remembering what I need. I could be remembering a little bit better what I needed to do, even though there is a journal that does tell you what to do. But yeah. It's a pretty interesting game so far. I guess for me the only thing that I don't like about it, since it is indeed based on like very old time, I just don't like some of the language that is used. I understand it is for the reason of the game's atmosphere indeed, and it's fine, but like it's still like some things that I wish wouldn't be there. I would wish indeed, but it hasn't made me stop playing the game. I kind of thought that I would be like starting, you know, a quick game that I would be able to be done with in like few nights of playing, but no, I'm not even done with the first part of the game, and I don't even know how many parts there is. There is at least 3 that I did see, but I don't know about like anymore. And like, even though I like the way that like some games implement that you need to be, you know, be choosing your own story. Like, it's choosing on your like past life, I guess, in this case. I like it, but my problem with it is that I don't like how it was implemented in that game. Like, there was like, you could just select between these things and then you would need to like, then you would be going a little bit further in and then you would be needing to answer another one. Like, sometimes I would prefer it indeed if there would be like just like selecting everything in the beginning, because of course it makes the game to be feeling nicer, but also it's nice that you can be building the game to be working as you would like to, you know? Like, you can just be creating whatever, you know? And like, especially for that game, it's nice because like you can be customizing the characters, but you can like make out the backstory for it in this case, which is cool. I like it, but could be nicer indeed. But yeah. I don't know, sometimes I would indeed wish that, like, even though, as I said, I don't mind, like very text slash story heavy games. Sometimes I would wish indeed that we would be having dialogue options that there would be voice acting. Because too much is too much. It's kind of the case for me indeed in like beginning of most of the Pokemon games. Of course there's a lot of text in the beginning, but like at the same time I would like to be getting to be playing the game. Yeah. But I mean, I probably will be finishing it though, because like, why wouldn't I? It's not a bad game, it's just I've discovered that it's most likely not for me, but As I said, I still don't dislike the game, at least so far. And probably will not be, but you never know. I mean, honestly, one of the only things that I would be starting to dislike a game would be if it wouldn't be saving and I would need to restart the game. If it isn't say that it's kind of the feature of the game, you know. Because in those situations, it's fair enough because it's the point of the game anyways. Why would I be upset about it, you know? It do be the part of the game, so it's fine, but if games randomly do that without telling you, it's also kind of the thing that I guess so used to newer games to be having autosave functions. And of course not every old game has them. Or they might have, but they could be a little bit on the weirder side. How they do be working. There goes the Emperor. I'll do this and this, and I will be getting something to eat, so I'll be right back. There we go. And I didn't notice that I probably should have eaten a little bit earlier because, you know, For me at least, when my blood sugar level is like, you know, lower, I can feel it when I start walking. So probably should have eaten a little bit earlier, but I mean, I just got the feeling. Oh. Imagine if they would be, for whatever reason, be making a regional variant for Meowth into DLC. It's like weirdly, no, like Pikachu, yeah. Pikachu has gotten so many regional variants. But Meowth has been getting, in my opinion, surprising amount of them. I mean, it's only 2, but it's more than usual. Yeah, so I'm quite glad that they didn't actually continue it, you know. But I mean, I don't think that I wouldn't mind it too much. It would have been like an interesting thing to be keeping adding more and more of. Because I would kind of weirdly like if one Pokemon would be like be able to come in like all the different types, not like one the way that Arceus and Silvally are, for example. And like have different forms for one Pokemon that would be from all different typings. I mean, would it be absolutely broken? Probably, but it would be kind of a cool idea that it wouldn't be done with, you know, the, what is it, held item things. It would be done with Pokemon itself. But I kind of understand why they haven't really done it. But I mean, I wouldn't still say that I wouldn't like it, because I think that would be kind of cool. Sure, would it be taking the uniqueness away from certain Pokemon? Yeah. But at the same time, does it really matter? Also, I don't know why, but this just made me think about one thing that I think would be quite interesting to have as a challenge. It would be quite stupid. But do a run of a game where you would only use Minior, but you would be able to use the different colors of Minior. I mean, there is of course maybe a slight bit of limitation for it, and I know that Minior is not really available in early game, but you could get around that by trading. Right, just think that it could be kind of cool. Could be kind of cool indeed. A Minior only, but there is a bunch of Miniors. Like, of course, I know that it doesn't really matter what color it is, it's not really gonna be doing anything different. Unfortunately, it do be one of those Pokemons that have different color variations, but they don't do anything different. I mean, usually it is indeed the case if the Pokemon looks different, that it has the different typings and that's why it does different things, but it's not always the case. I don't really know what they could have done for it though. Like for Minior, I mean, I know that it's just, you know, not really a gimmick Pokemon per se. It has a ability that is kind of its, you know. So it would be unique in that regard, but has been abilities similar to it anyways. It's not that special anymore, unfortunately. There we go. I don't know why, but I would wish sometimes that it would be the case with the legendaries that you would be able to register them to your Pokédex, the other games like exclusive without trading. Because I mean, I will say that I still will be having the issue that if I do be having a legendary, I don't want to be trading it away. It is indeed a thing. I mean, mostly like legendaries, they don't mean too much to me, but at the same time, I did spend quite a good amount of time to be getting them, so I would like to keep them, you know. I would like to keep them indeed. But yeah. I'm not gonna be ever using them, they're gonna be just kind of staying there as it is with most Pokemons for me anyways, that I just kind of catch them for the decks and then they are just gonna be there forever and ever. Jeez, there's so many electrics. So many electric types anyways. Jeez. First there was electrics, then there was Yampers everywhere. What? What is going on? It's like I have static, but I don't. I have harvest of all things. I mean, I know that like electric is quite a common one in here, so it's like understandable, but what do you mean by that? What do you by that indeed? Another supersized one? What do you mean? Could I get an ordinary average sized one next, please? I think that's it. I don't think that you're small. You're a little too big to be the small. Little too big to be the small one, indeed. Anyways. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna be, of course, promising anything, but I think I will be doing on Sunday some Dynamax adventures. Just thinking that indeed. Yes, you know, it's a weekend and probably want to be chilling out, doing some Dynamax adventures indeed. So, if you're interested, you're welcome in. I was anyways thinking of doing it indeed this weekend. Really, I don't care which day I would be streaming. It is indeed Saturday, but it's time because of things as life to be what it will be. So Sunday instead. Thankfully it didn't really matter this week because the Sunday thing is not happening. You know, my Sunday plans, they are only at night when I wouldn't be streaming anyways. So so we can do indeed the tire changing on indeed Saturday. But I mean, of course, everything can change, like if they will be having other plans that day, but they most likely won't be. Most likely won't be, indeed. Oh, I guess also a funny thing that will be happening this year is I will be having the one chance, an opportunity to help people move. It's gonna be happening in December. So yeah, I guess that's something to look forward into as well. I mean, I mostly don't mind moving as a whole, like as an idea. Surely, like, I don't like to move because I have had my bad experiences with moving, and also sometimes the place that you live in isn't the best. But yeah. I don't mind moving. The only part that I hate about moving most of the time that I have moved, and this has been the case, is the stairs. Oh god, do I hate stairs. I mean, who wouldn't be hating stairs when they're moving? For example, in the house that we live in, there is no such thing as an elevator because this is so old. It is nowadays a requirement to be having an elevator, but you know, it isn't yet a thing that is required for like older houses to do. Slowly but surely it is, but it's not yet. That's also another reason why we are thinking of moving out. Because like we know at some point this building indeed needs to be renovated. Because of indeed the elevator situation. And then for a few other reasons as well. Because it do be an old house. That's the main reason indeed. Old house to be having old house things. Things that don't go anymore. There's some weird things that I don't really get each. Like why they are there, but fine. And honestly understandable, but like at the same time I just find them weird. I've talked about it before that technically this building, if this would be rebuilt, it wouldn't be able to be rebuilt at the exact spot as it is. It would need to be moved down to the, you know, the road level. So, and that is indeed causing some issues. Because it can't be really done like edge. It's indeed the hill nearby, it is indeed a place that you can't really be doing like anything to disturb it because they want to be protecting like flying squirrels there. That's really the deal, so it can be, you know, hard. It can indeed be, you know, hard because of that. Some flying squirrels there that are indeed causing the issue. But yeah, of course it's like understandable because there's so few of them in here, so like they want to keep them here. But that is probably honestly one of the reasons why there was such a battle in the building nearby that also is needing of rebuilding, because it's even having like some issues that it was like a forced move out as well. Things were so bad in there. But yeah, it was like a year or two like as a battle when it was an empty one that who is gonna be doing and watch. And I guess another like very unfortunate part about that one is as well that there is like literally a building in front of it where there is like some you know, businesses in. So yeah, I don't know. That could be causing some issues, but I don't think that that was ever an issue. Because I'm pretty sure that there was like a bunch of companies that would have liked to take in the spot because, you know, it's in the city center, it's a good spot because of that, but then there was the issues indeed that how can you do the things there? But at least it seems like it's indeed moving forward with it. There is some fences around the house now, so you would assume that that is the case indeed. I don't think that there has anything else being done so far, but I mean, I guess it's progress. The only other reason why I think the fence might be there is because they just don't want like people to be going in breaking things, even though they do be empty. So there really isn't anything too much, but you know. It do be interesting. It's unfortunately sometimes I remember like one building, like when we did move in here, it like always have been like empty. It was beside a big road that is in here, but it was never like it was like we knew that the reason why it was empty because, you know, it was in no condition to be living in. All the house. Surprise, surprise. It's quite a good amount of problems there. But yeah. It was indeed like that, and then... And it was like that indeed for years. Nothing was done. It was just standing there. Doing nothing, indeed. But yeah. But if I remember correctly, there is indeed some things that have been done for the place. Like after like over 10 years of waiting, closer to 15 years. If not even over that. Nice. Also, there is another like very unfortunate like construction thing that is like going on nearby that also has been a little bit in trouble, and it is the like one of the buildings have been removed because there is going to be more apartment buildings built there or something like that. But it was apparently like a long time ago, like a place where, you know, trash was held in. So, you know, the ground is not in the optimal usage, so what they decided to do was to just leave it open for a couple of months to, you know, hope that helps with that, and then do something else. I would like to say that they're not gonna be doing anything before the winter is over, even though it hasn't started, but you know, the ground is quite cold. So yeah. But yeah, it do be like that indeed. It's just funny and funny that there's so many other like very unfortunate things have been going on in here this year. Of course it's not funny, but you know. Isn't it like that some years just everything goes very much the right way? But yeah, these things are going well. And it seems like the weather, even though you know it's cold and whatever, as I said, to be expected. The weather like it isn't as stormy anymore in here. So like things have a little bit calmed down, thankfully. Doing quite well. Otherwise. But there's some things that indeed is also like in construction. There's so many construction going on right now that they really need to speed things up. Because you know, some things you can't be doing because it's too cold. For some things they really need to be speeding things up indeed. But yes, they all know what they do, you know. One thing that I have found very weird though lately with like construction work is that there has been like certain like pipes that have been open for like I think soon 2 months. There has nothing really been done with them, which is very weird. And also I don't think that it will be too much help to be having them to be opened right now because, as I said, to be getting cold, so yeah. You say already there when there was like cold days and like, you know, they haven't really been putting on the winter mode yet, the pipes. There already was like some cloggage, like, you know, freezing. It's quite an interesting sight to see in the middle of the night. Of course, it is very unfortunate, but yeah. Guess you never know when it is gonna be hitting. Because the ground is gonna be too cold that you would need to be starting to warm it up. Indeed. Interesting indeed. I think there may or may not be either a Meowth or Electrike waiting for me when I do be getting out of here. Yes, I think I did hear someone to be getting angry. I think there's someone to be getting angry indeed. Hello there, Gaboo. I love to see you. We're gonna be under, or we have already been for quite a while under 100 away from hitting the odds in the... I think I will be going to 4,200 today with a pumpkin boost. I think that will be the play indeed. I'm just gonna be taking maybe an hour-ish. I guess about 100 encounters per hour in the... or 100 encounters per half an hour. I can talk and think. And things are fun. There we go. There isn't anything in here. Maybe there's something on the other spot then? I swear I did hear something. I swear I did hear something indeed. Yeah, there was there, okay. That was kind of correct. Still interesting though that how can they see through the walls? I mean, I would understand it, like, if they would be getting curious and they wouldn't be, like, physically be able to see, like, above the wall. Like, they could be getting curious, you know. Like, if the Pokemon is small, how can it see through this whole thing? And also, like, it doesn't really make too much sense because it can't even get to you. You know, since there do be a wall. Can't really be getting into you, get to you indeed. Also, it's always such a nice feeling when you go to a store to be buying things that it's like a small store, but still like quite busy, and when you'll be getting there when you would think that there would be a lot of people in there, and you know, you get out there quite fast. That was the case for me yesterday. I did went to a store like that, you know, it's for the size of it, it's quite popular. I didn't need to wait too long to be getting what I wanted there, which is very nice. Sometimes I do be wishing though that some stores that there is things that can be breaking somewhat easily, or at least can be like breaking a little bit. They would be a little bit having a little bit more room in them. And also there was like a small store that when like I did first move here, it wasn't like I wasn't in there myself, but it was like a decently sized looking place. Then it switched into having a lot of room, and then it switched to a place where there is maybe enough room to walk between, you know, the aisle, or in the aisle, you know. Which is like, it's not too bad, but it's just at the same time a little frustrating. And the weirdest thing probably is that you're supposed to be able to move there with their shopping carts as well. Like, surely they are not the usual size, but they are still like decently big. So I wouldn't be too happy to move there with those shopping carts. If there would be too many people that would be like do at that as well. I mean, does it happen too often? Not really, but you know, this really isn't human space. Oh, hello there. Supersized one. Hmm. So I don't know why, but today it has indeed been in my mind a lot. But I just don't get when people get upset about another person like be having faces when they do be shiny hunting. Like, I guess it is the case for me that like I did play in the Great Marsh indeed when there was a Safari Week going on this year. I did fail quite a good amount of them. Did kid. Like two. But yeah, like I remember that other people were more upset about that I did lose my shinies than I was. Like surely like it's not nice, but like at the same time I know the risks, you know? I know that there is a good chance that I would be losing the shiny indeed. But I mean, isn't that part of the fun? Kind of like with the facing as well, as I said, isn't part of the fun indeed that you'll be facing. And surely I understand, like, if you ask me, the best way to not be facing is, of course, just to encounter the Pokemon that you want to be shiny and or to eggs. I mean, is it the most exciting way? No, but I mean, it is a way to avoid facing if you're so worried about it. It's like I know that you could technically do that, like just encounter the legendary in Dynamax Adventures. At the same time, like I can't be bothered with it because I don't mind. I don't mind to be facing. As I said, for me, it's part of the fun. It do be. As I said, I guess for me it would be more annoying if I'm looking for a Pokemon that would be more common and I would be facing on it like many times. By many times I mean like, let's say that I would be facing on it like 5 times. That could be like frustrating. But like quite unlikely because it is indeed the most common one, but then again my luck usually is that I will be finding the less common one of the bunch. But yep, it do be what it do be. I don't know, Phantom, would you like to show yourself the 3rd time in the Glimwood? It do be very pretty shiny. As I said, I do be loving the textures on Scarlet and Violet. Do be loving it indeed. Speaking of Scarlet and Violet, imagine if there would be the second part of the DLC. There would be like forage/vegetable field. And it would be filled with like, you know, matching Pokemons. Kind of like what the apple trees were about in the first part. I think they're like a unique idea, you know? Like, what can you do? What can you do but just wonder if that would be expanded for more Pokemons? Because like, I know that a bunch of people were quite upset that, you know, Pumpkaboo wasn't in and Phantom Beast. I understand that they're kind of like seen to be counterparts on its own way, being the same typing, being the introduced in same generation, stuff like that, but if they would be bringing Pumpkaboo into the game, I would indeed be wishing that it would be some form of a... like, there would be... disguising themselves as plants. I think that would be a neat idea. Imagine if we would be getting, like, issue and wardrobes like that. They would be hanging from the trees. Or from the ground. I don't know. That would be kind of cool, honestly. To be having. As I said, I think it would be so cool to be having Hishu and Waldorf to be hanging from the trees. You know, I think I don't know if it's a thing, but if it's not a thing, I think it would be a cool thing. A thing. um, like having an app or something like that you could be like putting the word that you're looking for from like English and then like have a word in another language, but then you would need to like find in what language that means the English version, you know? I know that there is like ways that you can kind of check it, but it is kind of a manual one. The one that I can think of, but I think it would be kind of cool to be having like an app that you could be just like, hey, this is the English word that I'm looking for and this is the other language word for it. Could you please tell me the language for it? Because in some situations, it's very rarely that that would be useful. I think in the situations that it would be useful, it would be very nice to be having it, you know? But isn't it with everything? Isn't it with everything, though? That when you are looking for the thing, you would wish that there would be an easier way to do it. I mean, for me, not all the time, but there's certainly like sometimes that I would wish that to be the case indeed. I would wish indeed. Nice. Wow, that my audio did cut out there. I don't know why. Still a weird mystery to me. Haven't figured it out. Haven't figured it out indeed. Hopefully it's nothing too bad though. Another one of you? What do you mean by that? I remember like I don't know indeed where did it come from, but I just wanted to catch for my first ever playthrough of Shield. I wanted to catch for that Pokédex every single different form for Pokemons, you know, gender differences if there is any, and you know, in Pumpkaboo's case, the size difference as well, and of course evolution. Because thankfully that keeps it in. It's not like only the average size one can be evolving. It would be very weird. But, you know, you never know. It could have been the case. But yeah. It is indeed very interesting. I kind of liked it. It like was like a nice thing to do. I'm like almost completely done with it. It's just like exclusives that I'm missing from it, but I mean that's not too big of a deal at all. I don't know why, but I have it there. That could be the reason why my boxes are quite full indeed. Yes, there's quite a good amount of boxes, so considering that, and also the DLC. Could be indeed. I don't know, as I said, I like to do indeed sometimes some tedious things, and I guess that is one of those tedious things that I just like to do, indeed. Of course, nothing wrong with it, I know that, but it's just... I don't know where it did come from though, like... It's just at some point, it's just kind of was there, you know? Let's see, do some magic happen when I do be hitting the odds? Most likely not. But I mean, it's still like... a little over 20 away. It's still a little bit more chance to be getting something, you never know. What if, you know? I think it still would be so cool, like someday actually be getting the shiny when I do be hitting the odds, whatever it shall be for that game. Or I guess also the method as well. Would be kind of cool indeed. But yeah, it do be what it do be, you know. Someday it'll happen. And when it happens, I think that will be quite cool. I mean, is it that special? Probably not. I would like to say that probably quite a good amount of them have been found like that, but you know, it's still like something special. I have been getting some that have been like quite close. Another cool thing would be it's more reasonable for some of the later generation Pokemon, but to get the shiny when you hit their like national dex number, you know, or whatever it is, you know, hit their like Pokedex number. But indeed, it's only really available to be working with. Indeed, mostly with the later generation Pokemon. Oh, it didn't count for the other one. We'll be getting it soon then. There we go. I guess we have figured out the Trip Show Pokemon thing. It's apparently Pokemon Go's Shadow Pokemon, which is, you know, definitely not a correct word to use. But yeah, that was my another thing that I was thinking that might be what they were meaning. But yeah. There we go. Let's see. Pumpkaboo, pumpkaboo, pumpkaboo. See, I'm soon gonna be hitting the odds indeed. Yeah, I think I will be doing indeed another 100 more after I've hit the odds. Of course, I will be going for like the next 100 from that. I think it's a good amount of encounters done. AKA, it's the 800 that I was thinking of doing anyways. Oh boy. But I guess if I will be finding indeed a shiny soon, I probably will not be. If it's a case of Sinistry, I will not be starting a new phase. And if it's a Pumpkaboo one, I probably will not be starting a new Honju Day. I think I'll be good with that. Very nice. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't know why, but the cat has been having some issues lately. I usually when she do be having like some problems, it's the issue that, you know, stomach is too empty. But she has been having a lot of those lately. But like everything else is normal though, like she's eating as she does usually. So it is weird, and also the thing is, if it would have been, you know, the dry food that we did get from another cat that wouldn't or can't be eating it anymore, it would have probably showed effects a little bit sooner than this. Which is indeed quite interesting. As well as she's indeed very interesting that she doesn't, of course, want to be eating if her bowl is too dirty. But probably a weirder thing is that she doesn't want to eat if it's too clean as well. Which is like very odd. That's why I'm trying nowadays just to clean, you know, eat off just with water. Go with that instead. And that seems to be helping, but you know, sometimes it probably would be good to be cleaning it a little bit better. But, you know, she do be weird. Should be a little odd indeed. I can't be eating. It's too clean. And I mean, she is like one of the cats though that doesn't honestly be bothered by too much if, you know, litter box is dirty. As I said, I've talked about it before, I'm so glad about it. Not need to be, you know, switching it too often. We do be changing it as it is recommended through the package. Which do be seeming to be a nice thing for her as well. It's just going to be probably a little weird whenever we're gonna be moving to a new place. Because we're so used to be having, you know, the litter box in, like, not in the bathroom, because there literally is no room for it. There's literally no room there for anything, and there already is. But yeah. It's gonna be interesting where are we gonna be putting it in our next place indeed. And also if it's gonna be indeed in the bedroom, we kind of need to remember to leave the door open. But yeah. It's gonna be interesting indeed. I mean, it would definitely be nice to, if we would be able to move it somewhere else where it wouldn't be so close to the bedroom. Because, you know, she do be using, you know, litter box in the night. You know, as one doesn't need to be doing. But it's just, you know, quite loud. From people, are you gonna be going to 5,000? So it's gonna be probably what we're gonna be hitting with the next time that we're hunting, indeed. It's probably gonna be it, indeed. No promises, of course, but it's quite likely. As I've said before, it's quite a good amount of time that we are gonna be able to get on one day, indeed. In about 5-ish hours I can get indeed done. I can get indeed done some good amount of 800 encounters. I think today it might be like 5 hours and 10 minutes, I would like to say. Maybe 15. Of actual hunting, it would be 5 to 10. 5 hours and 5 to 10 minutes. So of course I will not be starting straight away the hunting, and also, you know, not doing it all the time, even though that is kind of my aim on stream, at least. Doing as many as I can. Progress is progress, though. Of the seed. Oh, there we go. But as I said, it is indeed fitting that this pumpkin hunt will be going for longer than last year's did, under 300. And nothing has really changed ever since. I guess the only thing that really has changed is that the battled number has been going up. Because, you know, catching another one. But that's about it, right? Whatever has happened after that, indeed. Yeah, we did also eat the bread, the flavored water, and what is it, the salad as well. It was quite nice. I did just this morning finish it up as well, because of course it's not gonna be like too much for the amount, and like one isn't nearly enough. So like there was some, like, you know, left over, and then I just eat it with the usual bread that we did had. I did have, indeed. It did go bad today, but it was fine. The day was the day. Also, it just reminds me of that I'm weird sometimes when it comes to bread. Like, I don't like bread that is not like a little bit crunchy, weirdly enough. Like, I like the little crunch. So, like, if it's too chewy, I might not be liking it, you know? The problem is that there sometimes can be a thing like too thin. So, you know, the first like few ones that you're gonna be eating, they're like fine. And then like all the rest of them, they are gonna be a pain to eat. Because they're so like thin and then they're like super duper dry and everything like that. It's also unfortunate because like it's not like we are keeping them like incorrectly or anything like that. Like we are keeping it into the package as it is said to do. So it's very unfortunate because like the first few days it's fine, but after that it's like quite an annoyance to be eating. Thankfully, I don't know a lot of people like this, but I don't know why, but it's always a little bit worrying for me to hear people that like do too much work. You know, you need to be having chill time. As I said, it is indeed one of those things that might not be affecting you now, but they might be indeed in the future. So, yeah, it's just always worrying. Thankfully, indeed, I don't know too many people like that. Most of the people that I know, they know to be working nicely. In controlled ways. Yeah, of course I understand, like, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, but at the same time, like, you have some time for yourself, though. It would be very much appreciated indeed. That's why as nice as streaming is, I do be making myself to be having my off days if I need to, or at least twice a week. I mean, I guess if I like 1 week will be having a feeling that, like, you know, want to do more, then I guess, but like having a few days off is always a good thing. At least one day for me. Because like overall I don't really have anything else too much going on, so is that indeed. But yeah, it do be what it do be. And I always remember that good to take breaks. Don't overwork yourself indeed. Easier said than done in some cases, I know. But it is indeed a good thing to do. I have my situations like that in school that I have sometimes overworked myself and definitely wasn't the smartest choice indeed. Yeah. It do be like that indeed. But yeah, as I said, I'm not completely sure what I'll be doing tomorrow indeed. As I said, I might be playing some Animal Crossing, I might be doing something else afterwards, most likely. Do I know what that is? Absolutely not. But you know, I'll figure it out. Always be able to find something fun to do. As I said, might be Legends Arceus, might be something else. Like, I don't know, Kaboo. Might be having a nice chill day without Sinisty there. Since I have gotten a good amount of faces there lately, aka this week. I've gotten a good amount of faces indeed there. So like, you know, I could be putting that duo aside a little bit. Other things indeed. What it do be, you know? Yeah, I don't know why, but yeah. I think it would be kind of cool if the next Pokemon, like, main series game, the new one, would be having the Legends Arceus feature that you could be evolving your Pokemons at any point. Because that would definitely help with some of the more, like, tedious evolutions. Like the walking ones. So you'll be able to know when you can indeed be evolving them. I don't think that it should be a thing with, like, I think if it's a level up evolution, I think that should be only after level ups. But if it's like a friendship based one or a like, as I said, like something else special, I think I would like it a little bit more if they would be indeed. If they would indeed be the kind of thing that they do be. You could be just evolving them at any point. Like, at least, like, it would be very nice if there would be a very straightforward, like, way to see that it's ready to evolve if it's indeed a special way. And I would kind of also like that more, like newer Pokemon games, they would be like a little bit hinting for like some evolutions, especially if it needs to be like holding an item to be indeed be evolving, or like something like that, or if it's like a very obscure one, you know. Yeah. Don't know indeed. But yeah, you can always wish. Like, I didn't mind it in Arceus, especially with the friendship evolutions, because it's a very easy way to, you know, tell that you can evolve the friendship ones, but maybe the level up ones could have been, though. Still, like, happening after the level up. I know that it might have been a little bit harder to do in those games, but still. Because every single evolution do be happening in that one screen. It's not really another way to be showing it. So I guess that's like a safe way to be going with it. But then again, why couldn't they just, you know, do the old school thing, they just go to that screen whenever it hits the level that it needs to be, you know? Could have been done like that. But it's not too bad. It's, as I said, it's quite a nice feature in my opinion. You can evolve your Pokemon at any time. That little fella. I will say though, I don't think that as much as I like Cutifly, I don't necessarily think that it's cute. I think Gary Bombi is. But I don't know. It's just something. I like how it looks when you're indeed being playing within in the Alola games, you know. That's a nice one. Is it refreshing that game? Whatever that thing. But yeah, I like how it looks there. I just kind of probably would have wished that it would be having the eye movement that it has indeed in the refresh, if it's that the thing there. Because I think it just looks so cool. The way that it do be working indeed. I like it indeed. Too fast of a spin there. What's up with you, indeed? Why are you again showing up so much? Why do you be showing so much indeed in here? What are you doing? What are you doing, my dude? As I said, I don't really want another one of you. I would at least like it if you would be waiting a while. I mean, I know that the other one wasn't that far away, but you know, still. You could be waiting like maybe 2 more phases before you show yourself again like that. Indeedy. Also, apparently there was... like, it was so cold a few nights ago in here that the cat did all by herself go under the blanket. Yubi. I mean, it's fair enough. Isn't it right now very much of a thing indeed that it is very... the weather is what it is, not really too consistent. It's gonna be cold or it's gonna be a little bit warmer. Not by too much, but you know. Oh yeah, the weather has indeed been quite inconsistent, so I guess that's fair enough. At least it seems like so far they have been able to keep up with the colder weather. So far indeed. I mean, probably like usually the worst places are when in the like the cold is like, you know, coming, starting to be, you know, colder. Like if like they don't of course want to be turning the heat on any earlier than they need to. So they don't do that, so that's why it's usually not by too much, but you know, a little bit late. A little bit late indeed. As I said, not by too much, but you know, what to be expected. Maybe a day or two. Because, you know, old house. First of all, and second of all, because of the thing is that the system isn't the best, because it'll be old. But I'm surprised because I haven't lived in a worse place before. That like it was like warm enough so you couldn't really be complaining, but it was just, you know, barely like good enough. So like that place was absolutely awful. And also like no matter like what time of year it was, the floor was always so cold. It was ridiculously cold. But I mean, it do be like that sometimes, right? Some places just have incredibly bad floors. I guess for us it's helping that we don't like live on the, you know, the ground floor. I mean, there is literally only one person, or I guess maybe 3-person, I don't know. Dude, this apartment building is weird, but there might just be like only one dude that does live like in the ground level. Usually, if we are indeed in apartment buildings, there is no one living on the first or first floor. In this case, it's the ground floor, but first floor is when you get up one set of stairs, indeed. I do remember that it was so annoying to me to learn in school, like, how would you count in apartment buildings? How many floors are there? Like, it was like said that if this is the case, this is how you count them, but usually it's like this, and then like, what if this is the case, then oh god, it was such an annoyance. I mean, do I necessarily do anything with that information? Not really. Because most places do be going with the usual way, so there is that. And of course, like, there's a difference if like in certain situations indeed it can be different, but in most situations all apartment buildings the floor numbers are the same. Like, first floor is usually indeed after the first set of stairs inside. I remember that my mom and my younger brother did live for a little while. You know, like, I don't know what to call it in English because I barely remember what it is called in Finnish. But they lived in a building where you would be needing to go upstairs from like outside, and I just thought that it was the weirdest thing ever because I haven't really never seen it that much. Like, surely I have seen it, but it usually has been in different situations. I guess the weirdest thing was because usually I see it with only if the house itself has like 2 floors in here. And not 3, because that was like 3 or 4, I think. So that could be like why I did find it weird. I didn't go there too often myself, but it's always weird whenever I did go there though. Like, of course I remember where they lived, but like, yeah. It's a little weirder indeed. I didn't like the place at all, it was awful. I wouldn't have wanted to live there myself at all. It was such a bad layout. Because the thing was that there was like a separate like bathroom. And you know, just a place for basically a toilet, you know? So like, it was very weird like how the washroom was, I guess. This was a little bit of washroom, like there was a shower. A place for, you know, you to be doing your laundry machines, basically. Place for them. Then there was sink. And it was like so like long. It was like a lot longer than it needed to be. Like there was like way too much space like in between things. And I just thought it was very weird, and quite a good amount of like space has been taken away from the bathroom because the bathroom or the washroom was just a weird shaped. Bathroom, washroom, whatever my thing. Like usually when I have seen like buildings where there has been like separate like just a toilet and, you know, a sink there and then another like bathroom, washroom thingamathing. They have made sense, but that one, it just didn't. Like as I said, there was so much space that was just missed. Because you can't really be storing too many things in like where you would be showering because, you know, water and stuff like that. So like you couldn't even really be feeding like, I don't know, a storage place there for something. But yeah. It's a weird place indeed. That was kind of the reason why I did want to move out from my mom. Because she wanted to move into a smaller space and I would have need to share my room with my younger brother, and at this point I was over 18, so I wasn't really happy with it. I mean, I wasn't really happy with sharing a room when I was 16 either, you know, I want my own space. So like, I was kind of like, yeah, I think I will just move out and figure it out. And I have figured it out and living without it. Living without her indeed. But yeah, not too many to go. Unfortunately today did get one shiny again. Pretty good track record for the week. Only sim that I didn't get a shiny on was the one that I didn't even shiny hunt on. Which was on Tuesday because I was just finishing up the badge quest, which was just battles. I mean, I was shiny hunting, I guess, for a little while. I was just looking around in Area 0. But yeah. It will be indeed, unfortunately, soon done. As I said, indeed, tomorrow I'll indeed be figuring out something. And on Sunday as well, but, you know, I'll be doing my usual notification on Discord when I do be starting, even though I do be starting around the same time every day anyways, that I will be streaming. Much more information, join in there indeed. But yeah. Shall see indeed. One more to go after this, then unfortunately that's all the encounters that we're gonna be doing today indeed. Finally to end up with possibly the targets, I'm not gonna be figuring out if it doesn't show it with the Sinistay though. Yep. Another 800 checks done. Good amount indeed. But unfortunately, it's gonna be it for today. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around indeed. As I said, tomorrow Animal Crossing and then probably something Pokemon related afterwards if I don't feel like playing it the whole day again, but we shall see. But yeah. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow. Until then, bye!